Well, hello, and welcome back. This is new. I'm actually going to work on some client work that is not sensitive in nature, and you can join in if you want. And I actually have a third monitor up now, so I'm going to try to have the comments open on both YouTube and Twitch. So I'll try to take a peek at that eventually, and we're just kind of going to roll through actual real work. So, for those of you that are new, my name's AJ O'Neill. I'm the Beyond Code Bootcamp instructor, and my goal is to help you become a better and more pragmatic developer or to start your developer career. And let's see, I advise you, as always, to open up gist.github.com and keep notes there. If you see anything that kind of clicks for you or there's something that you didn't understand, jot it down. You can ask me questions. You can hit me up on Twitter @_beyondcode or in the chat if you're watching live. And if at any moment you have something where you have a moment where something clicks, where you really feel like this was valuable, please go ahead and give it a thumbs up. And with that out of the way, we'll go ahead and get started. I'll kind of explain what the project is that we're working on in a kind of high level. I won't give all the details, but kind of at a high level, what we're trying to do. And let me bring up the screen here. And actually, I think I'm going to try like this because I want to be able to use more of the screen. So essentially, what we've got is I'm on a server where I've installed a Microsoft SQL Server database, which is not a database that I've had very many people use. It's kind of in the niche market. Most people are using Postgres or MySQL or MariaDB, which is the just an offshoot of MySQL, or rather, MySQL is an offshoot of MariaDB. Depends on how you count about ownership and legality and that sort of thing. Anyway, so my goal is, and unfortunately, I don't have access to the actual database. I only have the specification, so I'm kind of programming in the blind here, and we're gonna see how well that works. But I've got a little bit of the specification as to what the database structure looks like, and fortunately, it's a very simple task. Otherwise, I would definitely need access to the database to program. But I've set up this test database. I've got a little bit of test data that we might end up putting in it, and I need to export from the database to a CSV file. So CSV file looks something like this. If I were to make this wide all the way, you can. It's a spreadsheet. That's what it is. This is too wide to show. It doesn't serve as a good example. All right. Yeah, and then I need to upload to Amazon S3, and I'm doing this in Go. So with that all said, I've already written some of the code. I'll kind of catch up on where we are. I've got all the credentials in a .env file, which I've called .env.real, so that I don't accidentally open it up during the stream. That's got the passwords and stuff inside of it, the real ones. And I'm outputting. It's really just a temporary file. I'm going to put report.temp.csv because this is a temporary file. We could delete it afterwards. So we're going to open up a file to write to. We're going to connect to this SQL server. We're going to test the connection. Well, not test the connection per se, but we're going to open up the connection. And then I've got a report function that's going to try to grab. This is where we're going to do a little bit of work. It's going to try to grab some stuff from the database. And then once it's grabbed it from the database, this report function actually also writes the CSV out. And then I create an uploader, which has S3 credentials, and then I open up the file that I just wrote to, and then I upload it. So there's a fair amount of work that's already been done. We're kind of jumping into the project halfway. So just kind of pay attention to words that you do understand and try to figure it out as we go. Don't expect to really have a firm understanding of anything because this is just me writing code. There's my report function. Okay. It just goes through rows in the database. Okay, so let me get back to kind of a known working state here, make sure everything's good. I'm going to do go run main.go, and all right, it's printing out. This is actually using the some of the real credentials in this, as it were. So I set up the code to star those out, so I can debug them and still kind of make sense of it. So I'm connecting to the database, creating a file and uploading it as test.csv. So I'm going to actually delete these report files. Let's see, what have I got? Get status, main.go needs to be, okay, these actually both are good. All fields.txt is notes to myself, dbfields.txt is notes to myself, example.csv is example data, and to do is notes to myself. Okay, so if I run go run main, it creates this report.temp.csv file. And this has really bad junk data in it. And I need to create a SQL query that's going to create my test database so that I can query some data out of it and make sure that it gets into the right format. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my example.csv. This is similar to the real data set, and it's just got junk replaced. I just made up numbers and names and things to replace what was there. And yeah, so I need to figure out what the mapping is. This is the arduous kind of boring part that I'm at right now, but I need to get the mapping between what's in the CSV and what's in the known database field. So I'm actually going to copy this like this, and I'm going to go into DB fields, and I'm just going to see if I can create a mapping of what's what. I'm going to go ahead and use a regular expression to change this line so that it puts everything that has a comma, it's going to replace that with a return character. Oops, did that not work? What did I do wrong? Okay, selected everything, hit colon, s/ comma / /r/gc. Okay, there we go. And I've got a couple of notes. So some of these are going to be pretty obvious. Some of them are not going to be so obvious. Okay, title and title, those are going to match up. So again, sorry, this is just boring stuff, but that's part of real work. All right, so the way that Microsoft SQL Server works, MS SQL, is that the field names of the database get brackets put around them. That's unique. I've never seen any other database do that. Normally it's single quotes or double quotes or backticks or a combination. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a mapping of what the name is in the database and what the name needs to be in the spreadsheet. So and I really need to work from this list. So member number might have been one of the ones that we didn't have sorted out. That might be club member code. I did have some notes from the client. Okay, we have a consensus. Please link home club to club affiliation type code. Link membership type to club membership type code. Okay, so that's not it. So do I have a member number here? Member number, membership type code, club member code. I think club member code was what represented the member ID, but I'm going to check. I need to look in another file on the other screen real quick that has some data in it that could potentially be sensitive, but it's the list of all the fields in the database, because there's nothing here that's really identifies the client that I'm showing on the screen. So I'm just going to look. I'm searching through for member, if I have something that looks like member ID or member number. And here's another thing. I'm doing this work. I really don't understand exactly what it is that I'm doing from the client's perspective. I don't understand their database. I just have some inputs and some outputs. So if everything matches up, it's good. If things don't match up, meh, kind of stinks. And I'm going to have to do a remote session. The server that this is going to run on is a Windows server, and there's no access to it except through a remote session. I don't even think the people that are running it have physical access to it, so it's really weird. Okay, anyway, we're just going to go with, I'll just put an asterisk by this, but I think club member code. Gosh, is that right? We're going to skip that one. We're going to skip that one and come back to it. Okay, first, this should be really easy. Familiar name, first name. Okay, so familiar name is probably nickname. Like, for example, I go by AJ, but my first name is actually Alvin. So that's probably what familiar name means. So I'm going to do database name, there we go, equals spreadsheet name. Familiar, we saw that. And actually, I'm going to do something real quick because I want to speed this process up for myself. So I'm going to call this DB. I'm just going to use a regular expression to move all of, well, I don't even need to do that. I just use a shortcut unindent key, which happens to be a shape, I think it's shift less than. And then let's get rid of all the commas and the brackets on here. So I'm going to go through, let's see, anything that is a comma or a bracket, and I need to escape the brackets because the bracket is the syntax for any of the characters within the brackets, and brackets. Yeah, of course, that's a little confusing. And let's just replace that with nothing, and we'll call that good. There we go. And then I want to split this up so that I'm only looking at so many at a time. And I already know I'm confused about member number. I'm going to put that down at the bottom. And let's just try to split this up into stuff that I can fit on the screen at once. So this is DB stuff. And then we're going to have the CSV stuff down here. I'll just pick another batch once I get a little bit through it. Okay, so, whoops. So familiar name, we know what that is. And the reason I'm printing this out with equals is I'm actually going to make this a format so that it's easy for the client to edit. They're going to have a text file where it's just a list of database field on the left equals spreadsheet field on the right. That way, when the client wants to update it, they actually don't have to hire me again. They can just go in and hopefully add a comma and a one thing equals another thing and do fine. And let's see here. Last, yep, that's easy enough to find. So we got last name equals last. Gen. I wonder what that means. I might need to look at the data. I think that might be gender, might be what that refers to, because we do have a gender. I don't know if we have anything else that starts with gen. So I think that's right. But let's go ahead. I'm going to close this out and look at my example here. So we got the ID, first familiar, last title, gen. That looks, yeah, telephone. And then do we have here anything? ID, first, familiar. What? That doesn't make sense. So they're just putting, oh, it looks like the data in the database is wrong. Because for first name, they have the first and the last name in here. I'm going to go double check in the real data set on the other screen real quick. But I copied this from the real data set. So, I mean, not copied, but I transmorgified it from the real data set. So let me go look. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So we've got a member number, and then a first, a familiar, and a last, and then a gender. And we literally have, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. Yeah, so some of the data is malformed. Some of the data is correct, but some of the data is malformed. And this is common with data entry. And this is something you got to work through as a developer, is you have to kind of make note if something doesn't make sense, and then go challenge the client or the employer or whoever and say, hey, so I found some data that doesn't look quite right. Do we need to handle this as a special case? They're probably not going to ask me to try to fix the data where there's stuff like this, and if I did, I'd have to charge them a ton because it would be really annoying, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to be fixing their data. That always ends poorly because it's a job that never ends, and it's sometimes, I mean, yeah, it's good to make money, but it can be really frustrating. So there we go. So that, yeah, that is actually messed up. I'm going to just leave it messed up. And then generate, let's see, I'm going to look in the real data set and see if there's anything that looks like it would be gender. I mean, I'm assuming like male or M. Okay, yeah. So I see there are some M's and some F's right before the telephone number. That means that, yeah, that's the gender. Okay, so we're up here and I'm going to take gender. Now, most databases are case sensitive. Microsoft SQL Server is sometimes case sensitive, and that's the worst kind of case. Well, I don't know that it's sometimes case sensitive. Yeah, I think it is. I hate things that are case insensitive. I hate it. If you name a table by a certain name, then that should be the name of the table. It's really frustrating when you see people write two different things, and a capital G is not a lowercase g, but whatever. We're going to go with what I got. Because I'm not even going to go into it. All right, we got phone number. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder, I think this data goes through multiple systems, and there's probably some history to it as well. So it's just kind of weird, things don't line up. But then we've got cell. Ugh. Do we have a cell number over here? Ooh, see, now I don't know. Is phone number telephone? Or is cell the right designation for it? Let's see what I get. Oh, this stinks. All right, I'm looking on the other screen at the real data to see what I can see. All right, let's look at all fields here. Do we have anything called cell? Okay, we do have cell phone number. So I'm going to assume, for my own sanity, that cell phone number is cell and telephone is phone number. That makes sense. Wait, what did I just delete there? I just deleted telephone. That's fine. Okay, birth dat. Weird truncation there. I wonder. Let's just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That makes no sense. Why would it truncate that? Again, this stuff's passing through multiple systems. There's probably some historical data, so the names are not going to match up. That's going to be okay. All right, we do have a birth date in there, right? Yep, it's right there. Okay. And the reason I have this short list is we already went through some of this stuff before. And so I already had some idea based on previous discussion. And then we found out there were some things that were missing, or some things that had names that just didn't match up in any way that was recognizable. All right, so I'm going to go down here. And let's just take the next batch. See if we can match them up. And I am going to open up a message and see. Let's see. Yeah, this stinks. Yeah, some of the stuff just, and most of it matches up, and we'll figure out the rest as we go. All right, email address. Oh, and I'm hitting Shift J to bring the line before to the line above. Okay, status. What the heck is status? Oh, that's terrible. Okay, column L is the status. Active. Okay, I'm going to go look at the big database export to see. Oh, that doesn't help me because I don't actually have an export from the database that I'm going to be connecting to. I just have the export to the spreadsheet. And with status, and there's a bunch of codes in here. I don't see anything that looks like TF or YN or true, false, yes, no, active. I don't see anything like that. Oh, wait, do we have? Ugh, that looks like some sort of code. All right. So status might be one that I have to, I'm going to call this the punt list. I create a list of things I'm just going to have to punt on until I can understand better, because I'm looking at marital status, on leave status, front desk status, club status. Yeah, I don't see anything that is clear to me what it is. Okay, so where were we at here? Oh, I messed something up. Let me undo a little bit. Where was I? Email. Okay, I'm gonna actually undo that and just redo here. Actually, let me just grab the addresses, because those are easy. Yeah. And then the client will be able to update this to some degree as well. All right, so we can definitely get address lines 1, 2, and 3. No problem there. And we're going to leave the spaces in here because ultimately I'm going to be delimiting on a comma, not on a space. I'm going to delimit on first commas and then equals, because there are no table names with commas in the name, thank heavens. And there are also no table names, or not table names, column names with equals in the name. So I should be good there. Now I think what ended up being address 4 and 5 was something like city was address 4 and state was address 5. I'm going to take another look. Let's just look at the example data and see if we can figure that out. Well, at first I'm going to do another one that is easy to do. No, I'm going to wait because I want to put all of these in order. Oh, address line 4, address line 5. Okay, it was right there. So cool. That's the same name. I thought there was something funky about one of those. We probably discussed it as being funky, and then it ended up not being as funky. All right, and then postal. Wait. Uh-oh, I got lost a little bit here. So those were all in uppercase, but then these are not. Is that right? Yeah, so DB, this, I'm going to have to double check on this now. Okay, these are all uppercase. That is from the export file. And again, I'm just going to go check over here. Man, I hate inconsistent stuff. It's the worst. Category. Okay, I need to back up again. I lost my place. Okay, so I brought these in. So postal was definitely, yeah, address 1, address 2. Okay, yeah, they're just mixing. Oh, consistency. The struggle's real. They're mixing and matching. All right, so I see all that address stuff. Cool, cool. Let me bring in a few more of these CSV things. Okay. Email, that's going to be easy. And I don't know what category and all that is. Dues code, home club, golf, rock roll. Yeah, I don't know what that stuff means. But I did have some notes here. So let's see what else. So status. What were the notes? We have a consensus. All right. Home club, club affiliation type code, link membership, oh, membership type. Okay, club membership type code is database. So we have DB is on the right and CSV is on the left. So home club. Yeah, and then of course, they're giving me the instructions colloquially, not based on what the actual field names are or column names. So here, home club does not have a space. There, they put a space in a home club. I can figure out what that means. Okay, so that's the CSV and home club is club membership type code. All right, got it. So this one is taken care of. Let me put in a little check there. Boom. By the way, if you're on Mac, either your function key or when you hit Control Command Space, if you just tap the function key, if it's a newer one, or if you hit Command Control Space, that brings up your emoji keyboard. Started using that. Membership type, club membership type code. Membership type, CSV. I don't see a membership type. And I also don't see a club membership type code. I see a club member code. But it's different from type code. Okay, I'm going to take a look again in the actual data set that I was given. Do I have anything called membership type in this? Yes, they speak about it differently than the way that they have it in the spreadsheet as well. So it's tough. I don't know. Okay, so dues date, dues code, dues description. Let's see if I can figure out. I think I'm actually going to open this up locally in some spreadsheet software. I'm going to switch my screen real quick while I open this up, just in case it opens up on that screen. Let's see what software it ends up opening up in. I just used the open command and gave it the CSV path. Who knows what it's going to try to open up in? Oh no, you got to be kidding me. It's going to try to open up in Adobe Premiere. How stupid can you be? Okay, I'm going to open up the directory and then see what my options are for opening up the file. Okay, let me bring that over here and we'll see what we got. I don't have a lot of good options. I was expecting to have something better. I guess I'm going to have to open up. Whoops! I went to the wrong screen there. I'll bring my screen back in just a second. Okay, let's bring the screen back. There we are. So I'm going to open up Google Drive and see if I can import this so that I can look and see the columns. Because CSV is pretty easy to read when you're looking at, 5 columns wide, but when you're looking at 20 columns wide, it becomes a little tricky. So let's go ahead and see file upload. Yeah. Got that over here. Sorry, I know you can't see this, but can't show you the real client data, All right. Now I've got a preview. Oh gosh. This is a very wide file. Oh heavens. Okay, actually it's not that wide. It only goes to X. So there's only 25 XYZ, 24 letters here. All right, let me look at let's see, dues. Oh gosh. And all the dues information is empty here anyway. This does not look like a date. Dues code does not look like a date. Do I have anything here that looks like a date? The birth dates don't look like dates. Oh yeah, they kind of do. All right. Join date, email. Huh. Interesting. Status, category. Yeah, I don't see too much that looks like it would be formatted as a date here in the example data. So I'm going to say, yeah, I don't know about that. Membership type, club membership type code. I'm looking at this data again. Again, sorry that you can't see it, but that's just how it has to be. Yeah, so they're giving me information about stuff that is not in the they give me an export, but the export doesn't have these things that they're talking about. Now I think I probably can find a dues code. Maybe. Billing code, bill to code, cycle code, statements code. Too many codes. Front desk code. Club affiliation type code. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see if I can find some of these other things. Category, that should be easy to find, right? Okay, I do not see a category. All right, let me see from the other notes that I have, because there was one other message I was looking at. Okay, oh, wait. Okay, I was told what status was, and this is one of the reasons I needed to open this up. So column L is status. Okay, let me look at column L. Column L, wait, for that, what? That doesn't help me. It's just telling me the CSV. Okay. Determine import active status. Okay, let me look. I'm gonna bring this screen over so that you can see some of the stuff with me, because I'm just gonna delete a couple things out of here that look to be sensitive, and then I'll bring this over. Okay. Okay, we're gonna look over here. So I got status, category, dues, golf, ROG. We'll see what we can find here. Can I find rule? Club status rule code. Rounds of golf. I think that's probably ROG rule. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh no, there's multiple. Rounds of golf. Okay, time guest, tea time guest. Let's see. Do we have, where else do we have golf? Another one was golf class. Override golf. Ah, here we go. At least one I feel comfortable with. All right, let's exit out of there. I found tee time golfer classification code. All right, I feel pretty good about that one. That's golf class. All right, a couple of these I'm going to have to put question marks by, but I'm just going to make a choice and go with it once I've narrowed down the rest of these. And I'm just going to put an asterisk by, like, are these right? and I'm going to ask the client, can you please confirm? So I'm just going to choose, let's see. Sorry, I'm on the other screen again. I'll be back in just a second. I'm just doing this out of convenience at this point, so I can actually bring this screen over. Let me bring this screen over and bring this screen back. So I just want to be able to see both things at the same time here. Rounds of, what? Rounds of lowercase o? Rounds of, what, was I spelling it wrong? Rounds of? Oh, I must have just mistyped it twice. Okay, so I'm assuming that that's what this is supposed to be. But let's go ahead and, yeah, I'm not even going to suggest that. I'm just going to assume that this is correct, because why would we want the guest information? Tea time, rounds of golf, rule code, tea time guest. Could be. No, I am going to include it. I am going to include it because sometimes these little differences are, but I'm just gonna make a choice and go with it for the sake of delivering this. And the choice I'm going to make for the sake of delivering it is bringing that in. And then I just don't see a lot. What do we have? Date. You know what I need? Let's just grep through here to find only the lines matching date. So RG, date, all fields. Let's see what we got. Beautiful. Oh no, that was the wrong one. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing there. Let's see, category. Category, did we already? Okay, let me look through these. So we've got status is something we need to figure out. Club status, rule code. Front desk status, position discount. So I'm just going to make some choices here, and then they're going to tell me if it's right or wrong. And I'm just going to put these things at the end. All right, so we got rid of status, and then category. And I'll bring this up a little. Oh, because my head's in the way of that, isn't it? Oh, sorry. I don't actually see. Right now I got other stuff open. My head's still in the way of it a little bit, huh? Yeah. So I'll just move this up, and actually I can make that a little bigger and then move it back up. Okay. Let's see, category. No category? Really? Let's just try cat. Does anything match cat? Classification. Okay, so we have nothing to match category. And let me check again at these notes. What does it say that category into subcategory? Membership type. Okay. Membership type. Let's see what we got here. Let's go with it. Let's say membership type code. Is this. Whoops. So I'm duplicating these because I'm going to write to the client and say, does this look right? And I'll probably format it a little bit differently for them. Okay, club member code database. So let's see what we have with dues and with member. Let's see what we get. Let's just look for due. Last dues date. That's it. Let's look for code and see if anything, because dues I'm guessing is something about payment. Like it could be billing code, might be dues code, company code, club member code. Club member code, is that the member number? Again. All right. Home club. Status. I'm going to search some messages here. Member status. Oh, all right, I got one other thing to try for that then. Oh, that's weird. So it's saying, we already have home club map, don't we? Home? What? Now I'm getting conflicting information because I'm also being told that dues and home club code are the same thing. So dues code and home club code. So which is it? Yeah. What? Yeah, I'm just getting conflicting information. So this is kind of silly. I basically have information that says that all three of these things would need to be mapped to the database. That can't be right. Yeah, like that just can't be right. You're figuring out the stuff with the clients is, what getting the specificity of what is it that you actually want, really, because people often talk very colloquially. They use synonyms. They talk about things that are similar. And if you're going to put something in code and get it out of the database, you do need to know, okay, what exactly is this? So basically, I think I'm going to quit with the boring stuff here soon and go on to more boring stuff, because all code is, it's boring stuff. Because code, boring. Math. It's not really much math, but anyway. Yeah, gosh, this is really frustrating. I thought I'd submitted a bunch of questions already and I'd gotten back some answers. But I guess I didn't do as good of a job as I thought. Membership type code. Member. I'm just going to say club member code. I'm going to make the assumption that that is actually the member number. So let's go ahead and put this up here. And I'm going to try one more time. Sometimes I get, confused going back and forth on these things. Dues. All right, so that's all there is with dues. This is all there is with date. Last dues. No, I didn't want date. I wanted code. Sorry. I need to get rid of this information at this point. This is no longer helpful. Okay, there we go. So these are the last items where I just have no clue what they actually want. Of course, code is going to be half the things here, but one more look. Is there anything that looks like dues? I'm going to just select this and give it as a suggestion. Is this right? Oops. Is there anything else that looked like it could possibly be right? And this could also be it. Club cycle billing type code. I'm going to put that in there as a possible option. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Override, front desk. All right, that's the last one on that. So I've done all I can do there. Do we have anything that matches description? Nope. So that's that. And then I want to try status one more time. Club status rule code. Yeah, that's the only thing that looks like it could match. Okay. So what I'm going to say is, are any of these mappings correct? And I probably, for the sake of the way that, because I'm thinking about it the way the database maps, but let's think about it from the client's perspective here. So they're most interested with their spreadsheet. So let me put this in kind of a more digestible format for them. Whoops. Yeah. And then I'll just send them a message and say, hey, still had a couple of questions, couldn't figure out how to map these things. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my full list and I'm going to send them this message. I'm going to say, hey, here's the things that I'm most confused about. And then just to double confirm, here's my list. And then this, I'm probably spending a little too much time on this, to be honest, because they are going to be able to edit this, is the way I'm going to build it. So even if I'm not getting all of this right, it's going to be okay. But I do want to finish up the work with this client and get it so that they can kind of operate this on their own. Okay. Let's see. Let me think to myself for a second how I want to present this message. Let's see, what is the right way to phrase this for them? I'll just do it like this. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Hey-oh. I feel like I'm... and actually, I'm gonna put a comforting notice in here. I got all of... This isn't true yet, but it will be by the time I actually send this. I got all of the DB to CSV translation and CSV to S3 upload done. However, I don't, after looking at all the notes and all of the database field names, I still feel like I'm missing. Now, I'm still not able to match everything up. These are my best guesses. And then, yeah, let's put down here at the bottom another comforting note. I've made it really easy to map. I've made a configuration option so that it's really easy to add, remove fields, or fix mappings. The config looks like this. And then we'll do and actually, you know what? I will let them put spaces here, and I'll use an example that has spaces in it so that they know from the example that, there we go. So I'm going to have my delimiter be a comma, but then I'm going to trim spaces and hope that that doesn't break something. Hope that there's not, or maybe I just make my delimiter a comma space. Yeah, I think I'll just, no, I don't want to do that. If their data is already messed up a little bit, so if there is some place where a space is significant, it'll just break something and we'll find out. And I'll say, okay, well, actually we need to remove that space in the comma. But for readability, this looks really good. And I could do something else. We could do semicolons, but I don't think we need to do anything special. I think this is a format that they could understand. In fact, we could even put some spaces in like this, because, yeah, and I could trim, and we could do, you know what, maybe, let me think about how I want that. You know what, I think, no, I want it all to be on one line. I don't want to split it on multiple lines. We'll see. I could make it JSON, but I think I just want a text format. So I think that's what we want to do here. All right, I'm going to forget about these things because I don't know what the answer is. Okay, we got home club. Okay, club affiliation type code. Let me look. Club membership. Do we have affiliation type code? Did I get something wrong? Primary. Okay, club affiliation type code. So I got that one wrong. They did have that in the notes, but I'm just going to make sure here. Okay, so they had that one here. So I'm going to say that I am sure about this. Wait, no. There we go. Because they told me exactly that's what they wanted. So why did I have club membership type code? Club membership type code. Why did I have that one there before? All right, well, I can get rid of that because they told me specifically that they got clarification, and that's what it is. Okay. From the client, membership type. Oh, club membership type code. Club membership type code. That's why I was confused, because I copied the wrong one. Okay, so maybe there was one more that I could fix. Do we have a membership type? Oh, let me look at the spreadsheet again. I'll let you look at it too. Maybe you can tell me. Let's see. Do we want to look at example.csv? Okay. And I'm going to look in the better formatted one on the other screen. Membership type. Okay, member first, familiar last, title, telephone cell, join email status category. Is it category? Was that the one that I was looking for? Address one. Okay. The category is the only thing that I could think that it would possibly make sense to be. Club membership type. Okay, so I've already suggested that. So I just transposed earlier. Okay, so I'm going to go with that and category was not uppercase. There we go. Oh, and I wanted to put this down with ones I'm unsure about. Okay, gosh, let's just do a quick number count here. Let me just get rid of all this. Well, so I've got starting at 1 and going to 25 or to 24 minus 1 for a comment. And I've got A through X. So A through Z is 26 letters. Minus 2 is 24 letters. So if this goes to 24, then I'm still missing 1. Oh, it was the dues date. Okay, I'm going to try one more time to find that in this list. Okay, no, it wasn't dues date. I keep on thinking that it's dues date, and it's never been dues date. It's dues description, dues code, and dues description. Okay, so I need to put in here dues code, that one I've got, and then I need dues description. Dues desk, that was the name of the other one. I already deleted it. I have no idea what that could be because I don't see anything that looks like a description in here. And to me, it almost looks like the description is a city-state type of thing. So again, I'll do it one last time. Okay, there's nothing in there. Looks like billing, or payment, or what else could dues possibly mean? Member bill to member club code. Really? Oh, I have dues code in here twice. Club membership type code. Oh man. What are we doing here? All right, so what's the one I was missing? It was dues description, right? Dues code. Dues code is there. Dues desk is not there. Membership type code, bill to member code, cycle billing type code. Yeah, there's nothing here that looks like it could be a location. Let me try the location. Nope. Let me see, is there any other thing that looks like it's named like location? Yeah, whatever. I'm done. I spent too much time on this. But again, it's kind of worth it from the perspective that we've already had a couple of like back and forth, like, hey, I need this mapped out, and it didn't get resolved in, like, I wasn't clear enough in the way I expressed that. And so now this is going to be really clear, is this is what I've mapped out, this is what I haven't mapped out, this is exactly it, the thing. Okay. And I think I will, yeah, we're just going to list this like so. In fact, we're even going to list it backwards, I think, for them. We're going to create a file. It's going to be called mappings.txt. And it's going to look like this. And they don't have any, yeah, there's no special characters other than spaces in their spreadsheet. So we're going to make a file. We're going to split on new lines. We're going to trim it. We're going to throw away blank lines and lines. Maybe let's start with a, I don't know. Should we do it like this? Database name and CSV name? Yeah, we will do it that way. It's better for them the other way, CSV to database, because that's how they think about it. But because they're going to be working with the dude that's the database dude, I think that he's the one that really needs to better understand this. So we're going to go with that. All right, I'm getting rid of all of this. Is there any other way that I could make this look nicer so it's easier for them to read? In this particular case, I mean, let's see, because I can make this look any way I want. Is it easier for them to read like this? I'm not going to go into too much. The database guy is going to help them out. This is good enough. Even if it's a long list, it'll be good enough. What I will do, I'll make leading space completely insignificant. That's what I'll do to make it really easy to read. So we're going to split on the colon. That's what we'll split on. And then the spaces won't matter. Great. Love it. Cool. Yeah, that's going to be great. It's going to be easy for them to read. We can sort it maybe alphabetically or something. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, now I'm going to sort this alphabetically. And I missing dues desk. Okay, so let's do dbabc.txt. That's a good enough way to do it. And we're going to use sort-u dbabc, and we're going to call it dbsorted.txt. And then I'm going to get rid of this dbabc file because we don't really need it. All right, so there we are. Here it is sorted alphabetically. And then I'm going to replace let's see. It looks like okay, I am gonna switch this back up because, well, we'll see how well it reads. Because I kind of want the fewest number of spaces possible. It looks like I might even be able to get away with tabs working in this. Let's see. We're going to do regex. We're going to capture everything that is not. We're going to capture all characters that are not the equal sign, and then the equal sign, and then we're going to capture all remaining characters. And then we're just going to flippy do these. So we're going to put number 1, colon, and then let's say that'll probably be enough actually if we just do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then put the first one. Beautiful. Excellent. So what's the longest thing we've got over here? Like telephone? So really, if we just put 2 spaces, I think this is going to be a good format for them. Yeah, I'm liking this. Good. It's good. It is good. So we're going to call this, instead of db sorted, we're going to call this mappings.txt. All right, and this is a config file, but we're actually going to add this to the Git repo. All right, now I just need to write some code that will read that file, parse it, and do the flippy do, and we're done. So definitely the hardest part of this is gauging the requirements, for sure. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that all fields file. I don't think there's anything else of additional value in this. Oh, there is. There's my message. Okay, I'm going to keep that. I'll rename this to questions.txt so I don't accidentally delete it. So I know what that is. I've got my example CSV. And I actually do want to add example.csv and example.env, and it's going to tell me, wait, it's env.example. Yeah. It's going to say you need to forcefully add that. Okay, I will. So these will be the 2 config files. There'll be the env file. So I'm going to show you the example env file. Looks like this. Has the S3 credentials in it, the SQL Server credentials in it, and the report stuff in it. Oh gosh. Okay, there is one other thing that I need to do here, which is that I need to make, let's do this. We'll make a folder called tests, maybe, or utils. Let's call it utils. I like that name better because these are not going to be automated tests, but rather this is create table.sql. We'll call it create test table. Okay, and we need to do create, let me go dig up, where's the SQL Server stuff here? So MS SQL create table. Actually, Ubuntu 20.04 MS SQL install. That's where they had the example that I was working from before. It was actually on the Microsoft website. Let's see, I'm going to try to pull up. I know I bookmarked this. When you find a good thing, always bookmark it, put it in your to-do file, your README or whatever. When you find something that has a lot of good information. So I do have the actual, this is what I was working from earlier. And it had in here an example that was pretty straightforward. See, SQL is not, SQL doesn't really exist. That's the problem with SQL. So there is no... What is nvarchar? Oh, let me finish my sentence first. So there is no real standard for SQL. There's standards for SQL, but it describes, again, at a high level. SQL should be able to join tables. SQL should be able to do this type of selector, et cetera, et cetera. But there is no standard SQL that works across different SQL databases. Every SQL database has stupid things that are different, like the difference between using a quote, a double quote and a single quote, or a backtick, or brackets. It's just stuff that so doesn't matter. Like, why would you make a database different on these regards? So it's all this little minutia and the types of what you can use. There's varchar and apparently nvarchar, which is not something I'm familiar with. I'm guessing that's Microsoft specific. Lots of databases have a varchar. But what is... So yeah, Microsoft calls their SQL language Transact SQL. That's the other thing, is they all have their own SQL language, and they don't call it the name of the database. So it's not called Microsoft SQL. They call it Transact SQL. Postgres does the same thing. They don't call it Postgres SQL. They have some other name for it. I think they call it PSQL, which I guess is all right. Let's see. And actually, give me a second over here. Okay. Sorry. I was looking at the notifications. It wasn't important though. Okay, n to max. Variable size string. N defines the string size in byte pairs and b value from 1 through 1000. Max indicates the range. Blah, 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 2 gigabytes. Stores blah 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 blah. So how's this different from varchar? I'm just curious about this. Sorry, I'm gonna go on a little tangent here. In varchar versus varchar. Oh, and there's a varchar too. Oh, good. As Unicode. Oh, that's actually important. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Whatever. So that's not going to affect us. Basically, I'm going to be turning everything. Well, I already do. I'm already turning everything into a string because it's going to be output into a CSV, so it doesn't actually matter what data type it is. But let's see what we can do here. And I'm going to do leading commas because it's very easy. This is a point of pragmatism. It's very easy to tell when there is or isn't a leading comma. And I'll put the parentheses down here. It's very hard to tell when there is or isn't a trailing comma. So you want to optimize for code that is easy to bug fix. So this looks weird. You won't see many examples on the internet that look like this. Everybody's going to format their code where they're going to put the opening paren up here, and they're going to have the comma afterwards. But that leads to buggy SQL that you have to debug, and SQL is often difficult to debug because the error messages are worse than regular code error messages. All right. So yeah, I just want to create... Sorry, I kind of skipped out on what we're trying to do here. And this is so stupid because I'm going to have to trim everything as well because it's going to insert. There's got to be a better way here. I'm going to check on something in just a second. Or maybe I can just put varchar. I think it didn't like it when I just put varchar. I think you have to put a number on it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a table with all those fields that represent the live database so that I have a little test database. I'm going to insert some data into it from the spreadsheet. Call it good. Okay, so it's going to have 26 things in it. This is going to be just a touch annoying here. All right, let me bring this back over here. Can I get this to not put out extra data? Okay, transact SQL varchar. Let's see, how does Microsoft do its varchar? Okay. In or max. Oh. Size in bytes. Yeah, I don't think we have anything that is longer than, say, 100 characters in here. I'm not 100% sure on that, but let me look at the real data and just scroll through real quick. Not that it matters. Actually, I don't even need to look this up because my test data is not that long. But yeah, and I'm not going to be doing ints or anything. Okay, so let me go grab my mappings.txt. All right, we're going to regex this into existence. So here's what we're going to do. I'm pasting that in, and then I'm going to go get rid of everything up to the colon. So I'm going to say everything that's not a colon, any amount, get rid of it at the end. Oh, whoops. I also need to include space here, so I also need any amount of space. Nope. Let me see, what did I do wrong? So grab everything that is not a colon, up to a colon, and then any amount of space. There we go. Boom. Got those all done. And now I need to add, actually let me go back and do this. Oops. Because what we're going to do is we're going to grab the other thing, which I'm just going to use. I hate to use dot star, but it seems like the appropriate thing to use in this case. So we're going to take our capture, we're going to add a comma in front of it, and then we're going to put varchar 255 behind it. What? Oh, I didn't select everything. Let's do that again. Looks good. Do I want to put some space in there? It's a little difficult to read. Whatever. We got it in alphabetical order, which is going to be good enough. And then I will put that there and put this here. And then we'll take the whole thing and indent it. And voila, there we are. Now I need to go do the same thing for the data. So, and you know what I'm going to call this? I'm not going to call it create test table. I'm going to call it fixtures.sql. We'll do that. Fixtures. Yeah. Okay, so now I need to go to my example CSV, and let's take these two lines and we will magically regex them. Oh, crap, but they're not in the right order. Dang it. Yeah, if I want to do this well, and I do, I'm going to need to go back to that mappings, and I'm going to need to reorder it according to the order that it appears in the spreadsheet. So we're going to redo that process. Okay, let's go back to the order that it appears in the spreadsheet, which is, we start with, okay, member number, and then first name, and then, oh wait, do I already, I might already have this in the correct order, or the correct order-ish in that other file. what did I call it? Questions. I think I left that stuff up at the top. Yes, I did. Thank goodness. Okay, so we'll work off of this instead. Which is not entirely in the right order, but kind of is. Okay, so we got first, familiar, last, title. First, familiar, last, title. Gender, telephone, cell, birthday, join date. Email is next. Okay, email status. Category dues code. So I do need to just plug something in for the sake of this working well. I might need to plug something in for a dues description. I think I'll just duplicate this because I have no idea what else to do with it, and I need the width to be the same, so we're going to go with it. Let's call it change me. That'll be good. That'll work effectively for the purposes of this. Okay, description, home club. Just put these all in the right order here. Golf class. ROG rule. Address 1 through 5 and postal. All right, so this is in the right order, just double checking. MBR, first, familiar, last, title, gender, telephone, cell, or rather gen, telephone cell, birth date, join date, email, status, category, dues code, dues description, home club, golf class, ROG rule, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, postal, and number of lines is 24, which matches A through X. Good. Okay, so now same process as before. I'm just going to, well, we're just going to get rid of this. We're just going to do away, and we're going to use very similar regex as before, except that now it's back to not equal. And that should be right. Okay, go up and change the first line here. Add a last line. All right, and let's put a note. Note, this is in the same order as the spreadsheet. And actually, I don't know what comments. Let's see, transact SQL comments. I don't know what character we use to make a comment. Okay, comment, dash dash. I think that's the same as MySQL or Postgres or both. Some of them, I think one of them starts with a semicolon. Let me be more specific here. These fields are intentionally in the same order as the spreadsheet so that we can easily edit them and their values with a little regex. With only a little regex. There we go. I put that so here so that that line's not too long. All right, I'm going to get rid of all of this and all of this. Let's go back to the examples there. All right, so I just want to take in these two, and then we should be able to do an insert into test table 37. And then we're going to be able to put in, oh, I should put a thing there. And then with MS SQL, it has a really weird thing. In order to execute statements, you have to type go at the end of your file. So we will want that there. I'm just going to put it there now. All right. And then we're going to have values, and then we're going to have more of this. So there go my values. And I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to do this twice, I think. I wonder, some of the time, if you have all the fields, you don't actually have to list them as long as they're in the right order. So I'm going to see if we get to use that. Let's see, transact SQL. Insert into. Insert into. Column list is optional. So when you read documentation, typically things that are in angle brackets are required and things that are in square brackets are optional. And then things that are in parentheses are sometimes literal, or sometimes they mean that you have an option, like you can do this or that or this or that. Do we have examples? Just give me the examples. Sometimes it's a lot easier to just look at the examples than the actual documentation. Okay. Enter into cities. Okay. So what is this? Multiple rows of data. Okay. Oh, look, they do comma first here. Props, Microsoft. All right. Yeah, so cool. So with their implementation, we don't actually have to have. Okay, so this will work. We just have to put the right kind of quotes around the data, which it looks like. I'm not sure what this in is. In. What is this in about? Oh, it's probably Unicode strings. All right, we're not going to bother with that. We don't need that. So there was in varchar. So this is creating an in string for an in varchar, I think is what it is. So they're obviously recommending that you use in varchar. I doubt that the client's using it, and it doesn't matter. The types of the data don't matter. That's why I put everything as varchar 255, which just means string that's up to 255 characters. I don't know if I actually made that explicit later. I just know it because of time spent with databases. Okay, let's see, how can I best do this? So I think I just want to, a little regex magic again. What's the best way to go about this? So we're going to capture everything that isn't. So in this case, I think, yeah. So we capture everything that is not a comma, and then we capture a comma, and then we're going to place a quote, the thing that we captured, a quote, so this can be empty strings, and then we are going to place a comma and then a return. In most cases, Vim is a little special. It uses /r as a carriage return, whereas typically you use /n for a new line. I don't really understand why Vim is that way, but /r and /n are oftentimes synonymous. But anyway, so we got this. What do we want to do next? And just replace? I think that'll work. Yeah. Oh, that's not right. That's not right at all. So everything that is not a comma, star. Any amount that is not a comma. Okay, there we go. Oh, and then we do want to place the comma on the other side. So let me go back one more time. Do this again. We're going to take the comma, we're going to put it in front rather than behind, so that this is super easy. And then we're going to indent everything, which is shift greater than. And then I'm going to replace the first comma with the opening thing here. And then just for good measure, I'm going to put a couple of nulls in here, because I don't know what the data looks like, and I want to make sure that I'm handling both empty strings and nulls exactly correctly. All right, and then the next thing here, what I just did, I should be doing again. Right, okay, yeah, and then I often like to put my semicolon on the next line with SQL because, again, it reads easier. It's not the way most people do it, but it makes sure that I got it there. It's really easy to see. I started it here, I ended it there. All right, so I'm inserting into the table. I've got multiple values. I actually do want this to be a little more clear, so I'm going to play it like that. I don't know how we can make this more clear for readability's sake, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Let's go back to this. There we are. And again, I'm just going to put in some random nulls. And we're going to open this up. And I guess, yeah, I guess I really do need to put it on this line for readability's sake. This is just not very readable. I think in this particular case, yeah, I don't know what to do. Let me just put here's what I'll do. Boom. Solved. Nice demarcation. Easy to read. Won't miss it. Cool. All right, so this is looking good. And then let's put the notes in on how to run this as well. And that I actually had over here. Gosh, it's getting a little bit later. I'm not going to be able to do my other live stream today where we finish the blog. Sorry. Where was the... Okay. Here's the login. All right, let's see. Call utils, sure. I think this command is going to work. All right, we want to do create table if not exists. And it's okay if we just insert stuff. So I believe that in every database I've used, the default is to allow default null unless you put not null. So just for funsies, there's nothing that I want to put not null in this, because when you're dealing with this type of random data from a client, you have no guarantees that anything is going to be what it should be. Typically. Occasionally you do if you're lucky. But we're just going to leave everything as varchar. And again, this is just for my testing purposes anyway. Oh, that did not work out well. Oh, I made a mistake here. I'm going to have to de-goofo this real quick. So I'm going to select all of these again. The mistake I made is I didn't put the brackets around the field names. And I need to do that. Let's see. Is this... Oh! Yeah, okay. We're going to have to redo this one more time. It's fine, though. I captured the wrong group. So I'm just going to paste this in. We're going to do it one more time. Going to get it right. Go back up here. I was using equals. I wanted to capture number 2, not number 1. Right? No, number 1, not number 2. Oh, I was capturing incorrectly. I need to capture to the left of the equals. Yes. And then I can capture number 1. Okay, good. And then one last thing is I need to put the brackets around. Okay, cool. There we are. Get rid of all this. Leave that there because we'll use it. Push that in. Voila. Okay, cool. I think that's right. We'll find out momentarily. And I also need to put the brackets around this. And around this. All identifiers need to have brackets around them. Cool. All right, now let's see if running this file will work. And I'm just going to copy that. And then I put the MS SQL password was here somewhere. Did I put it up a level? Yeah. And this is just one I made up. I just grabbed random string. Oh, actually, you know what? That's not correct. I think I changed it. Yeah, I did. Okay. Because something about that wasn't working quite right. And I am missing some instructions that I followed. There we go. Need to be also in... I'm using fish. So I need to have my path updated. There we go. And then I guess I source that again. Should be good. Now can I run my SQL command? There we go. Now I can run the SQL command. Dang it. What do I do? Enter for help? I just entered in it for help. What's wrong with you? Oh, I have to put it in quotes. Of course. Of course. Microsoft tools. Okay, how do I give it a script to run? I'm going to just try something else real quick while I'm reading the documentation. See if that works on the first try. Login failed, of course. All right, I think I set the password. I just transposed the P because they were... I was complaining about the complexity. Okay, cool. So it looks like that ran. I didn't get any output. So that worked. Let's see, is there another way to get it to run from a file? Is there a better way? File. Let me search here. File. Input file. Input file. Okay, cool. Let's try this again. We'll do -I utils fixtures. Huh. Incorrect syntax. Okay, well, create table if not exists. I guess that MS SQL doesn't support if not exists. How odd. Okay, incorrect syntax near go. Maybe I don't have to use go when it's in an input file. One of the problems with scripting languages like SQL, too, is that oftentimes scripts, sometimes you don't know whether a script is going to be interpreted first and then run, or if it's going to be run as it's being interpreted. And the difference is important because what can end up happening is the script can be wrong and have an error, and it can do all the things that are correct in the script, which this is bad behavior. I don't know why things work that way. They should first check to see if things are correct and then run them. But a lot of scripts just read line by line. I think this one actually did the right thing. I think it's telling us something's wrong beforehand. Okay, so line 36 to line 60. No, wait. Line 58. So that's not quite right. How do we fix that? I think the very last, yeah. So there was a comma at the end, but then no other characters. So there's one less empty string at the end, probably on both of these. Let's see. Let's see if this works, or if this complains. I should have counted. That's probably off by one. Let's go ahead and put a null there, just for funsies. Yay, cool. So it ran, at least. I'm going to call this now table 42. Actually, I'm going to call it 38 first. I'm going to reserve 42 for when it works. Yeah. Cool. Oh, awesome. All right, so that worked. So now, did I update the instructions to say this? I think I did. So that'll prompt for the password. Yep, I updated the instructions to say that. So we can safely call this table number 42 now. Arbitrary names, but that's what I'm going to be running from here. Okay, now I need to do something off screen. I have to change the settings file to reference test table 42. And it has real data in it, so I'm going to do that off screen. There we go. Excellent. Oof. Oh, and we do not want, let me put this in my git ignore. We don't want to grab any temp files. Add that. Okay, so now we've got test data to work with. That's great. Let me just go ahead and run this. Have it pull everything. Oh, I didn't actually run it again once I renamed it to 42, so there is a table 38. Let's go with that one. Let me see what might be wrong here. Could not open. Could not connect. Let's see, where's our tables? Table name, table name. Oh, huh. I think I know what went wrong. I think I did not use the test DB, and so it just used whatever database was the default. Maybe. Let's see what. Okay. Yeah, I did not give it a database name. So I probably need to do that. Create database test DB. I want to see what transact SQL has for if not exist. Transact SQL if not exist. Nope, looks like it doesn't support it. Okay. So I'm just going to put this in a comment then. I know that I already ran it myself, so I don't need to worry about that. We're going to do use testDB before we run any of this other stuff. And let's run it again. And see if that puts the table in the right database. So change database context. Invalid object name. Oh, indeed. I need to update both of those. Okay, cool. I think this is the winner. Dang it. All right, let's move on to, what do we got? Area 51 is the next strange geeky number after 42, I think. All right, cool. But I actually want to leave it at 42. So, for the documentation at least, which is what this is serving as. And we can undo that. Cool. Now we should be good here. Now, if I run the Go code again, it should fetch everything out of the database. Oh, I need to update this to be, what do we call that, 51? On the other screen, I'll update the secrets. Cool. All right, awesome. All right, so now, ooh. Cool. Now we've got the spreadsheet generating. All we have to do is the mapping. What could possibly go wrong? All right, we're just going to start from scratch with a new file for this for the moment. Let's see, what am I going to call this? We're going to call this a mapping package. And we're actually going to let it be a main function because of the way that we're going to test it. So this is fine. So what do I want to do is, so we need to get a list of, let me think about what the order needs to be. We're going to pull from the database. We need to be able to get a list of keys to say these are the things we want to select from the database. And then we need to have a list of values to say this is what we want the name to be on the other end. So I think I'm going to not go with the efficient way to do this for the sake of simplicity and leave it as a select star. But then filter items. Yeah, because I won't have to deal with escaping. So what I mean by that is, let me go back into where this is currently running, there is a select star from database table here. And that means it's going to grab everything that's in there, which is probably something like 200 columns wide. It's insane. But that's okay. We're going to leave it. At least for now. If I want to optimize this later, which I won't need to, but if I wanted to, I could build out all of the table names that it's selecting. But I have to escape them because there's no mechanism in Transact SQL or most SQL databases to be able to do sanitization of identifiers, meaning a table name, a database name, a field name. So you have to do that on your own, which is always scary. So this is the safer option as well. I do have to allow them to put in a table name. But I do check, I think somewhere I check to see if it has special characters in it. And if it does, yeah, invalid table name. There. Let's see. Boop, boop. All right, so we're going to create this mapping thing. What we're going to do with it is we're going to import OS, and we're going to import encoding CSV, which that might happen automatically here. Let me see, os.open, and we're going to have it open what? Mappings.txt. That's what's going to open. That's going to give us back F for file, and then error, and then we're going to check if the error is not nil, then fump.fprintf os.standard error, whatever the error is. Oh, my JavaScript brain. I need to use double quotes for strings. Why is this not auto formatting? Where are my tools? I've got Go imports. Weird. I'll have to check on that later. Why my auto format isn't turned on. Let me just double check real quick in my vim config here. No go.vim. Weird. That might be why. Vimgo was not installed. This will take a minute. We can check our email, grab a cup of Mountain Dew. I remember what happened. I'd installed it before, but it failed because a dependency was missing, and I forgot to rerun it after I installed the dependency. I think. I hope that's all that it is. Let me check over. I don't think we got any comments in the chat, but let me go check over here. We have a thumbs up. That's great. Do we have any watchers presently? Is anybody I need to say hello to? Oh. No, just me. Just me. All right, cool. Now my formatting tools should be working correctly. Let me unformat this and save. Weird. It's still not formatting correctly. What is going on? Was there an error? There was no error. Syntactic checkers. Go lint. Go format command. Then go. Huh. Oh well. I must have something misconfigured. I'll figure it out later. All right, so I'm in here. I'm going to open up the mappings file. If we can't open it, oh, it sucks to not have indent working. All right, let me. Oh, you know what? I think I need to do Vim Essentials. I think I forgot to do that. There we go. Indeed. Let's go ahead and put nerd tree in there as well. Cool. So now I do need to update my Vim file to make sure everything's in the right order here. Yeah, that's the order that I would prefer to put it in. I think that's safe. All right, I'm going to try this one more time, and then I'm not going to deal with it if it's still not. Ah, there we are. Yeah, ha ha ha. Indeed. Okay. So we're going to read this. We have. Is it io.ioutil.readall, I think. It's probably like os.read file. Let's see, I do not have the tabbing installed. I need to get that. Let's see if it thinks that's right. Okay, good. So this should actually be a byte buffer, and we want to convert this into a string buffer. So we'll do so like that. And then we want to trim this. So we'll do strings.trim. Actually, I'll do that right here. And then we'll want to split it as well. So we'll do lines is equal to strings.split. And some of the stuff I've memorized because I do it so often. But I often have to look things up. Okay, I think we're going to split on new lines first. Actually, fields, that's what we want. Fields. I'm going to go look at my Go cheat sheet. Let's see if I can find it real quick. I'm pretty sure I've got that one in my cheat sheet because I don't remember offhand how to use fields, but it's kind of the best way to handle multiple types of white space. Oh wait, we actually don't want that anyway, because at this point we're just doing, I want to split on any type of new line, because Windows and Linux had different types of new lines, so I don't want to do just /n, I want to make sure that it's any type of new line. So we do the Golang split on new line. Your basic always has good stuff. And let's look up the official package. So I'm afraid that if I do /n, it may not match. On new lines. Let's see, new lines. I think it should match. Here's what we'll do. Just to be safe for Windows. Well, let's do this. CRLF. Carriage return, new line. I want to make sure, because normally I'm just worried about Linux, but this is going to get deployed on Windows, and so I actually need to make sure that it will treat all different types of new lines correctly. Yeah, okay, so we do need to handle that. Okay, so let's look at split here. White space. Okay, split. Is it any character in the string or just the string? Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do strings. Well, I'll put this on a second line so that it looks cleaner. So strings.replace s, any instance of /r, we're going to replace with a /n. And then any instance of /n/n, we will replace with just /n. So this should handle the differences between Windows and Linux and Mac new line characters and anything else. We'll get rid of empty lines, and we will end up with the ability to split on a new line. Great. Okay, this code will be run on Windows. We need to handle as well as some carriage CLRF. No, CRLF, carriage return line feed. Carriage return line feed, yep. There we go, yes. Good comment. All right, so now the lines are going to be separated by the new line character. And that's okay. So the format of this, by the way, I'll just document this here. Format of mappings.txt is something like, actually, let's go take a look because I don't remember. It is, oops, database name, spreadsheet name, map to database name. Got it. And let's just indent this to give it some space, make it look nice. There we go. Cool. Oh, what was wrong here? Too far arguments caused to string, not trim. Oh, we probably want to trim white space or something. Trim space. Yeah, it's called trim space. Good. And let's make sure that that includes new lines. All leading and trailing white space removed as defined by Unicode. Cool. Yep. Spaces, tabs, etc. Got it. Great. Cool. Okay. So with that, we should have the lines. Let's go ahead and just print this out and run this and see how it does. And I'm actually going to change this to be file path is mappings.txt. There we go. And too few arguments. I think -1 for replace any number. Let me double check on that. Well, we should find out momentarily, but replace all. I could just use replace all. That would be more idiomatic. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and do a go run mapping.go. And let's range over this. Let's do for line. I'll do it the way that I know is the best way to do it. So we're going to do a for loop over the lines, and then we're going to print each line. And you'll see a lot of people would do this way, which I almost did. But the reason I don't do it that way is because the way that memory management works in Go, you end up with cases where this is a copy of the item in the array and not, and inside of the loop it uses the same memory address for each iteration of the loop, and this ends up being problematic. So I recommend staying away from that. Just don't do it that way in the first place. All right, cool. This is looking good. So it's just printing out the file exactly as it is. That's great. Okay, now let's go a little bit further. And actually, let's do this as well. Let's print out the number. Yep, just want to make sure. And then let's print out, okay, now we want to do our trimming. So this actually ensures that we get a different copy with a different memory address when we do it that way, which doesn't matter for strings, but in general, I just think it's a good habit to be in. All right, so we've got a copy of the line now. And what was I going to do with it? I'm going to split it. So let's just go ahead and call this fields. I'm going to do strings.split on the colon character. Cool beans. And then let's do fields. We can do this. If we're expecting there to be 2 fields. So if there's not 2 fields, let's print out an error. And then we'll continue with the loop. So we'll print out the error, which will be bad line in file, which would be, and let's just take whatever the lines is. Yeah, so let's do line is lines I like this. And then we can put in, what is it, file path, and then line. Cool. fprintf call needs one arg but has two args. Format.fprintf. Oh, indeed. There we go. So we're going to give the quoted file name and the line, and then we're going to continue. Ignoring bad line. Let's go ahead and give this one more designator. And then we'll continue, and then let's print out the fields. So then we can do key is field sub 0, and well, actually, is it CSV name and DB name. And we'll strip all white space here. So this is going to give us, we're reversing the order, and we're going to print it out to the screen and see that everything is good. And everything's cool when you're part of a team. Strings. That's the package name there. Oops. All right, what do we got? So DB name on the left, and then let's put in some bad thing. This is a comment. Warren, ignoring bad line. Excellent. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Couldn't ask for better. So now we have some code that is getting out all the stuff that we need, and we just need to apply this. I'm going to make this call this parse. It should parse, it should take a file path, and then it should be able to return, we're going to give it an array of error, which this is kind of an unusual thing to do, but we're going to do it because this is actually just warnings. And it needs to have an array of strings that it should return. So we should get back mappings and errors, and then we can do, actually, you know what I'm going to have? I'm going to have an error func is what we're going to do. I like this. This is a better way to handle this situation. Oh, that's not what it gives back. That's what it takes in. So we're going to do a little type alias here, type of error handler equals. So now we got a nice type alias. DB to CSV field names. Okay, and this is going to take a string that's file path, and it's going to take, what else? It's going to take an error handler, which we'll just call EFN, error FN, error CB. I don't know what to call it. We'll just go with error function. So then every time there's an error, well, this is the type of error that does need to be returned. If we have that type of error, that's fatal. Okay, there we go. So this type of error, if we can't read the file, there's nothing we can do. That's a fatal error. But then down, when we're just parsing the lines, if we have a line that we want to ignore, we'd just rather ignore a line that's bad and print out that we ignored it than do nothing. But we can run our error function on format.errorf, and then we can pass it, whoops, all of these things. Let's actually put these on separate lines so it's more readable. Just barely. And then we need to see if there's an error that we want to stop for. I don't actually need to do this for this client, but this is just kind of a habit, this style of programming. So if okay, let me clean this up. This is a little bit confusing here. All right, so we're going to create an error. We're going to pass it to the error function. And if the error function gives us an error, then we're going to stop. And we're going to pass back the error that the error function gave us. So we probably want to call this error 2. Otherwise, we want to continue. There we go. That's good. So that way we have a nice ergonomic way to handle errors. We can keep going. And then at the end, what we need to be building up this whole time is we need to have mappings needs to be, well, that's already the package name. Let's call this maps. We need to have a two-dimensional array. So we're going to have an array of arrays that are strings. So we're going to have an array of paired strings. And it would be better, you know what, I'll actually do this the better way. Maybe no, I don't want to. This is good enough. It would be better to have a type that has a header or like DB name and CSV name rather than to have an array of arrays. But I'm just going to guarantee as part of the API contract that it will always have a pair or call the error function. So it won't be 3 because we're testing right there. It won't be 1, there won't be 3, there won't be 0. We can count on the array size being the correct array size. So let's see here. We want to create a mapping, which is a string array. And essentially, well, we don't even need to do that because we have exactly what we need right here. We are just going to do maps equals append maps and then give it the string array with we want to map from DB name to CSV name. That's how we want to map it. So we can get rid of that. And then we can return maps at the end here. And then nil. And then here we can return nil. And then maps. Or we could just return whatever we have up to that point. That's probably fine too. What was it complaining about? Missing trailing comma. Okay, happy now? Almost. Oh. Strings should not be capitalized with punctuation. Error strings? What? That's not an error string. Oh. Huh. I don't know what this is complaining about. Parse? That's called parse. That's not what I wanted. Let me exit out of here. I don't have my mapping set up in this Vim. I couldn't open mappings.txt. What was it complaining about? Let me just run this again. It's coming up with the same thing. Cannot initialize two variables with one value. Oh. Do I have the... Yep. I have the wrong function type there. Good. Mappings declared but not used. All right, that's the right place to be at. So now we're going to do for I range mappings and mapping equals mappings I, and then mapping it'd actually be faster if I used a struct as well, because whenever you index into an array like this, it has to do some boundary checks, so you can actually, if you use structs instead of arrays, it'll actually often be faster. But again, speed is not what matters here. I'm just going for simplicity. Just running on first pure simplicity right now, Byron. All right, so we want to line error. There we go. Good enough. Oh, what doesn't like about this? Oh, shouldn't end with a new line, right? Because that is now. This we want to end with a new line. This we want to end with a new line. But the errors themselves we don't want to end with new lines. Got it. Wrong number of return values. Want to, got one. All right. Boom. Map declared but not used. Oh, I don't want to declare it. I want to append to it. Don't use Yoda conditions. Screw you, pal. ST1017. Okay, go vet. How to suppress. Is it go vet? What is it? Go metal enter? ST1017. ST1017. I don't want it telling me about those errors because I like using Yoda conditions. Go lang lint. Static check. Okay. Golang static check ignore. Let's see. I just want to tell it to ignore the whole thing. ST1017. Okay. Okay, do I want a global? Okay, file ignore. There we go. Cool. All right, now okay. Now we've updated this. We should be getting the exact same output that we got before when we rerun it. Good. But now we actually have what we need. So now it's time to change this from being a main package to being a mapping package. And we can get rid of this. We can actually call this test parser. And we can put this in a test file. So mapping test.go. And then I think it's testing.t. And we don't have to fail anything. What we do? T.fail. T.error. Error. Return. There we go. And do an error over here as well. Wrong number of return values. Want 1 got 0. How so? Oh. Got it. Oh, let me make sure that was working over here. If null is not equal to error 2. Return. Right out. Yep. Okay, so now I should be able to run go test on this. And we might need to go up a level. Run go test mapping. Let me go into this directory here and just run it this way, go test. Oh, it failed. Oh, we don't want the test to fail in this case. That's actually successful. I should actually create a test file, not just use the mappings file, but whatever, we're going to go with it. Alrighty. We are almost done, finally. Oh, this ended up being, as always, more work than I expected. Alright, what's the next bit here? My brain's getting a little foggy. The night is getting to me. The midnight fairy. She comes. Okay, could not open, blah, 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 blah. We need to be able to use that package that I just created to get, where was the SQL statements? Let's go to where that select was. This is the place where we need it. All right, we're going to select all these rows. And we're going to use our CSV writer, and we're going to get all of the column names. But we're going to trim the column names. And here's what we're going to do. So first, let's get the mappings. I should probably table name mappings is string, double string array. That got long, so I'm going to reformat it slightly. And I need to put the comma at the end, of course. Whoops. All right, mappings. Oh, crap. I'm gonna have to call that maps. You know, I'm gonna rename the package to be the mapper package is what I'm gonna do. Let's go mapping mapper. And then we'll rename everything inside of it as well. Mapping.go, mapper.go. Mapping test, mapper test. Mapper test is part of the mapper package. Actually, why am I doing all this by hand? Well, let me add this. Mapping mapper star.go. And then let's do a get diff. I added that so I could do a get diff. Oh, and I just want to diff this right here. Okay, so I do need to change that little bit back. Mappings.txt. Oh, and we should change this to a quoted string anyway. There we are. Oh, and now we have to change this back. Renaming things. Mapping. Mappings. Oh. Actually, I'm just going to call this KV for key value. All right, there we go. Fix the test. Let's make sure that the actual code wasn't messed up by my mapper change here. Okay, mappings. And run the test. Okay, good. Everything passes. We're good. And okay, so what's left? We're going to do mapper.parse. Actually, let me just go grab exactly what we had in the test function, because that will suffice. Let's see. Yep, this will do. Go ahead and print that out. I actually like to have returns after those things. Okay, what am I doing? Sorry, I'm not talking as much because I'm getting tired, and so I'm not explaining as I go as much, but we'll wrap up here shortly. No new variables. Okay. Map path. Map path. Okay. Mapping. No, mapper.parse. Excellent. and then mappings. So I like to have returns after my os.exits, even though they will cause the program to halt, so effectively a return happens, but I like to have it just as a matter of completeness. I don't know why I didn't put them here earlier. Okay, so we're going to take our mappings. What we need to do now is we need to take, we'll call this all columns, and we need to create just the columns that we want to use. So out of the width of the database table could be 200 columns wide, and we only need these 24. So we're going to build up an array that only has those 24, and then we're going to ignore everything else. So the way we're going to do that is, we actually need two things here, don't we? Let me think about this for a second. We do have to do the mappings either way. It kind of undecided. It might be better to do the thing I was talking about earlier where we just build out the list of what we want to select from. That might end up being simpler, but I'm just going to go the way I'm going for right now. For better or worse. Okay, what am I thinking about? I need a map of int to nothing. I'm going to make it bool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, every column that we actually want to use, I'm going to put in the columns map. This is kind of more of a JavaScript-y hack, not super Go-ish, but I'm going to go with it for now, just to wrap this up. And then actually, maybe what I do want, I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna go back to this mapper test, this mapper and the mapper test. So I'm gonna change my opinion. We don't want to return back maps. We want to return back key values. And that should be a map of a string to a string. This is a better way to go about this. Where's that append at? Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to say DB name is equal to CSV name. We're creating a lookup table. And we're going to pass this back as a lookup table. Yeah, this is more ergonomic. Mapper test.go. And what we're going to get back is KVs as a lookup. We're going to range over the KVs, starting with a K and getting the V. So let's print out. So that should be DB. So we'll call this CSV name. No, that's going to be DB name, CSV name, DB name. So let's run this test again and make sure that things are in the right order. Fix that error there. Where's the and declare the I? Mapper test. You took us out of mapper test, silly. Oh no, we were in mapper test? No, we weren't. I. We'll just drop the I. It'll be fine. Oops. Cool, and I'm going to do go test-v so we see the output. All right, so indeed. This is all looking really good. Kind of in random order. Order matters on this. Order does matter on this. Okay, so maybe the array of arrays is the right choice, because we want the CSV to have the columns in the correct order. So let me think about this for a second. Oops. How do we handle this situation? We do want the columns in the right order. We want it to be an easy lookup. I think I'm going to go back to what I was doing before and just create the lookup table just in time. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and actually create a type for this, because it's turning out that that will be easier. We'll call this name map. Okay, it has a DB, column, name, and corresponding CSV field name. DB name, CSV. And they're both strings. And we will return an array of these. Let's see, what do we call this thing? KVs. That's a fine name. Okay, well, we want this to be, so a DB name, no, DB column, and CSV field. Let's go ahead and, good enough. I think that's all right. Okay, now we'll go change the test again. One more time. All right, so, but in this case, we will have I, which we do want, and then we'll have our field. Okay, let me run the test on this yet again. All right, it's looking good. Except we definitely want this sorted not alphabetically. I was thinking alphabetically because it would make it easier to read. but indeed we do not want alphabetically, and that's okay. That's a quick and easy fix because we did have it saved already. I didn't lose the order there. Yeah, that is in the correct order. So I just need to recreate my mappings.txt, and I probably still have my regex in my history here. Not that one. Let's see, is it this one? No. Equals, no. Might just have to redo it. This looks right, maybe. Yeah, that looks right. Cool. And what's the first one? Telephone? Yeah. There's probably some hotkey or combination to say, let me select all these things and just align them here. But I don't know what that is. But I should Google it. I'm just not going to right now. We may yet have trouble with this. We shall see. Because something like this, if the database doesn't have it, well, then the mapping won't exist. It should be fine. All right, here we are. Correct mappings. Going to run the test one more time. Cool. Looks good. I like it. Okay, let's finish up this enchilada here. And then this should be mapper dot name map. What did I call it? Mapper name map. Okay, yeah. I could have called that name pair. That probably would have been better. Let's do that real quick. Name map should be called name pair. Boom. Better. All right. So I'm going to query the columns. I've got all of the columns. But I'm only going to write out, well, I know what I'm going to write out for the call names. I don't need to worry about that. Because it would be useful if database columns matched CSV fields exactly. So we're not actually going to use this. All right. So what do we need? The call names is going to be really simple. It is going to be exactly what do we call these? Mappings. So we're going to take for, I guess it's going to be I, yeah, in range mappings. we're going to have a key value pair, or let me just call this pair. And we're going to do call names equals append pair dot CSV field. No, sorry, call names CSV field. That should be right. Yep, and that's going to give us. Okay, and this is upset because, why? Because we're giving it something wrong. What was that complaining about? So whenever I have an error and I do save, it does all the error checking and then it takes me to the line where the error is. I'm kind of on the fence of whether I like that behavior or not. I need to learn what the key is that you hit. I need to map it to my leader key. I haven't been using the leader key for years and years, but I need to map it to my leader key so I can just hit something like spacebar E and then have it go to the next error in the error buffer. Oh, okay, I see what was wrong here. We still need this to be an array of name pairs. Got it. Okay, so we're here. Now we've got the call names. And then fields, we're going to make into a string. And rows.slice scan, cool. No, we do need to use that still. We do still need to use this. So this is going to be all calls, all columns. And what we need to do is just create a quick map of keepers. And this will be a map of string, which will be the database column name, and then bool. Technically, a lot of people would use an empty struct instead because it takes up no space and we're just checking for existence. We're not actually checking for a value. But I feel like bool is more descriptive because we are checking to see whether it's there, true or false. So, you know what? I'm going to go back to the Go-ish way. This is more Go-ish. No, this is more readable. Choices. All right, so we've got our keepers there. And so now we need to build up from all columns what are our keepers. So let's do for I in range of keepers. Oh, and I need to initialize that by giving it brackets there. All calls was defined but not used. Yeah, we're about to use it. No. How shall I do this? Actually, we're trying to build up ints, not strings. We want to know, is this column so here's what we'll do. The available columns is going to be a map of string bool. Let's build up the available columns first. So we're going to take our mappings. Let's see, what else have we done with mappings in here? Something, right? Do we need to build up? Maybe we'll do this while we're building up the call names. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's move this up because it's building up the call names either way. So we can build up what are the available. And I might want to move this closer down here. so that, because we've got a growing number of things that aren't related to that. All right, so range through the mappings, establish the pair, and then I think we're checking to see if the database name is available, and we want to make sure. I'm going to do strings dot lower on this because I don't trust these people to be correct with their casings. And one more thing, actually, I'm going to go out of here. No, I'm going to finish this up, and then I want to double check that my spacing stuff is the way that I think it ought to be. My trim spaces. I'm pretty sure I put trim space on both of the values, but I want to double check that. I remember using it a couple of places. Anyway, so we're going to make this lowercase so that we can guarantee a match if the letters are the same, but heaven forbid spaces not be the same or something like that. No, this is database column, so there should not be any spaces. Just have to worry about the lowercase. Okay. So then we want to worry about pair dot db column, and we're just going to assign this to true. So is the column there? Yes. What are the field names? Append them here. Cool. Okay, so all columns, let's do call name is going to be all calls, index I. Oh. And I actually just remembered something that I need to make note of real quick. Okay. Just had a thought of something that I needed to make note of, unrelated to this. All right, so all columns, we're going to go through each of the columns. We're going to grab the column name. We're going to check to see if the column name is, and oh, we particularly want strings dot lower. And then if we have this in the available CSV columns, we have this column name. Okay, let's see. It's getting a little bit crazy here. Used DB calls. Let's call it that way. Or expected, needed, necessary. What should we call this? Available? No. This is required columns. There we go. I like that a lot better. Okay, good. I like that. I like that. So we've got required columns. That's much more descriptive, easier to follow than avail. Okay. So if call this exists. Actually, we'll do it like that. These are more descriptive names here. There we go. So if the Boolean exists in the required columns map for that column name after it's been lowercased in both places, then we're going to put it in keepers by its integer. There we go. Excellent. Okay. So here we are. So fields. Oh, this is where it gets tricksy. Oh no. What this really should do is this should actually map its place in the pairs array. Can we even do that? What if we did rather than true, we did I here. Okay, so now we have a mapping of an int to an int. Maps between database column order and CSV field order. Okay, so this is changing it a little bit. So now we are checking to see if it exists. And if it exists, then no, this is not. This is index 2. No, this is DB index, right? No, CSV index. Oh, I'm in bad shape. Okay, I'm gonna do a little type alias here. Type db column index, and then we're gonna do that way I can read this more easily. We're also going to do some other things here too. We're going to give a type 2 db column as a string. And CSV field name as a string. So that way this is getting harder to reason about here. Okay, so I want a map of strings, which is required columns. So we're going to look through all of the columns and then fill in the required columns array. So this would be the DB call name, right? And this would be the CSV field index. I think that's what we're saying here. And then here, we're mapping between, let's see, mapping between the, oh gosh, a map between the database column, there we go, column index and CSV field index. And so this is db call index and CSV field index. Okay. These are self-explanatory. I don't really want to go through the trouble of giving them comments. Let's see if it'll let me get away with just giving them the name. So there's new types, would be if I did this, and then there's type index. And the reason I'm using a type index is I actually don't want the type checking of these things. I just want it to be more easy to document. The reason that I don't want the type checking is because when you're doing type checking, when you're creating new types for strings and ints, it can have unexpected consequences as you're serializing and deserializing stuff. Okay, and I need two lowers my other error here. Too many different languages. Some languages use lower, and others use lowercase, and others use two lower. Okay. All right, db call index. Okay, cool. This is right. Keepers is probably not a descriptive name, but I'm going to go with it for now. It is somewhat descriptive because it is what we are keeping out of all of this. Okay, so if, what was it? Were we getting out CSV field index? And we're doing all right, this is good. This is good. So if it doesn't exist, we will continue. Huzzah. All right, and this should not be len of call names. We have call names here. Field names, right? Yes. So this is now field names. Okay, call names, field names. Call name, field name, field names. Oof, this is rough. This is rough. We're doing it. There we go. I think this is going to work after all. Might want to somehow find a way to give these shorter names, but it's going to work. CSV field index. Oh, need to move this around just a touch. Okay, skip database columns that we don't need. You know, so again, maybe what I should have done when I went on this little tangent and realized that I needed to do all this mapping, what I should have done at that point was I should have gone back to the select statement and then built out the select statement with things in the right order. That's what I should have done. I'm going to leave this as it is for now, but remember back when I was like, maybe I should do this. Most of the times when I have those inclinations and I'm like, maybe it'll just be quicker if I fix it this way, I would say maybe every time I should have listened to my instinctual intuition that said, actually, maybe it'll be better this way. I often make the mistake of stepping over dollars to pick up pennies when it comes to continuing along a path that I was going on, realizing like, maybe this isn't the most optimal path, and then keep going anyway. But there's a balance to it, because you don't want to over optimize things. But when I think about the readability of the code, someone coming in after me and having to look at this, it would actually be more clear if I built up the field names before. I might go back and do that right now because it might not take much time. Where's that select at? The select's right here. Where do I get the required columns? I get it right here. So yeah, I'd say I could pretty easily build this string out right now. Mappings. Let's see, could I do it? Can I build this out in the right order? I think I can. All right, I'm going to bring this up here. And we're going to create call names. Do we still have that somewhere? Is that still being used? No, we don't. Okay. DB column name, or DB call name. And remember, this is really just an array of strings. The type aliases is purely for readability and documentation. It doesn't actually put any types, and this is important because when we go to do what I'm about to do, where we fill out the select statement the more proper way, it's going to work out to our benefit. Okay, so I'm going to grab the column names, and I actually should put this as a specific length. I actually don't remember what the right way to do that is. I think I did it down here though, just earlier. Make string. Okay, yeah. So let's do that. Field names. I'll call that num fields. Let's bring this back all the way up to the top here. And we'll call this num fields. Where did field names come from? We don't get that until here. Okay, so we're doing this a little bit out of order. Required columns. So I don't need to do len field names because I can do len mappings. And that's going to be correct for the fields because it's a one-to-one. Nope, actually, I'm going to keep with the way that I had it. And the reason being is that I want this to be more flexible and more resilient against errors. So if I grab all the columns and I simply ignore columns that don't match, that's going to be more, that's going to be less error prone than if I grab a specific set of columns and perhaps one of those columns doesn't exist. So I actually kind of want some flexibility here so that if nothing else, when they make a mistake, the output they get is closer to what they wanted, and they might just live with it. They might just live with it if a column is in the wrong order, or if a column's missing, or if they grab something. So I do want the output to show, like, hey, something went wrong here. But I do want to give them the benefit of getting the data. I personally prefer to get error messages. But in this case of working with a client, I think the client will prefer to get data that is incomplete to getting an error message, especially because they have to go through this whole IT process, which, yeah, I think they'll make concessions to not have to deal with more difficult process. So let's go ahead and put everything back here. We'll get rid of that column names. And maybe I will just make note. Okay, so we're going to skip database columns that we don't need. Great. Yeah, because this will give us fields. I still want to call this num fields, so I think that's good. And I still want to call this mappings. I think that's more communicative. All right, so we'll grab everything. We'll get the field index. We'll put it in the right order. We'll write the fields. I think we're done. I think this is it. I will go run this and see what happens. Oh. Could not open mappings.txt. Why might that be? Cool. All right, and the last thing will just be, let's remove the reports. So I'm being kind of dumb in that I have not committed this entire time. I'm just using git add. But whatever. Oh, and I wanted to look at that one thing to see, was I calling trim space in all the places I thought it was? Yes, I'm calling trim space in all the places that I thought it was. Cool. All right. So if we got rid of all the report stuff, all right, let's see what the report looks like. Looks good. Let's see, how does the report compare to the example? Oh, nil. Nil. Okay, so I need to test for nil. Good thing I put those nulls in there. Okay. Where was I doing that at? I was, I think it was a switch statement somewhere. Okay, switch. Can I do nil? See if this works out. Take a look at the report here. Do we have any nil in here anymore? We still have a nil in there. How do I get rid of those nils? This is one of those things in Go that was not done well. Okay, so let's say if nil is equal to v, if nil is equal to v, what? Just is nil not equal to v, maybe? Same thing here. I don't think it's going to work quite right. I think I'm going to have to do a string compare. Ah, gosh. Going. This is going to be some stupid thing. Wait. Pointer is nil. Let's see. That's not true. Okay, let's find out where the nil's happening. It's not coming out there, I'm pretty sure. Going to print out a bunch of stuff. Or not. Odd. Okay. Switch type V. I don't see any nils coming out of here. Do you see any nils coming out of here? I don't see any nils. Where are we getting these nils from? I have a thought. Potentially. Well, no, this is... Let's see. String. Ah. Interesting. But why are they showing up in the data like this? Did they go into the database that way? Do we need to take a look at the database? I don't think I put anything into the database. I'm only pulling stuff out of the database. Well, let's do a sanity check. Alright, select star from, well, first of all, we need to use testdb. select star from, what is it? Test table 51 or something. Go. Well, we got some nulls in there. All right. But how are they getting from null to nil? Here, let's see where we got nil. Nil, 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 nil. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is particularly intriguing because where are we seeing nil here? Only in 2 places. Only in 2 places. So why would we be seeing nil there? Oh. Maybe. Okay, well, I'm just going to get rid of those and do a get diff again and see what our diff looks like. Huh. So what's up with our example here? Something's not quite right. We have 1 extra row. Okay, let me run this again. Is this an extra row? That is indeed an extra row. Oh wait, it came out clean this time. Yeah? Okay, huh. Alright, do we have a diff? No, we do have no difference between the two. Okay. Well, that makes me scared. I always hate it when I don't make any changes and the code suddenly begins working or ends working. Okay, so let's comment all this out real quick, because none of this should make a difference. Okay, go run. All right, we don't have nils. So something got rid of them. Not quite sure what, but they're not there anymore. I'm happy. Okay, so everything is tested, working as expected. I think this is good deliverable code. Let me check my to-dos here. I'm probably going to knock some of these off. All right, tested CSV upload, check. Map CSV values, check. We do need flags. We don't really need the logger, but we do need to add the flags. This needs to be something that the IT guy can have documentation on and handle. So let's go ahead and do some flags super quick. So flags, that's all I remember. Oh, I should know that off the top of my head, but I don't. All right, so we are going to create env path as a string. So our env path. And we are going to create map path as a string. And we're going to, we don't need report path as a string, but I'm going to put that anywhere. I'm going to call it tmp path. Because I guess I could have just written that to memory rather than to a file. Let me do that, actually. Let's just put it in a buffer in memory, because it's not going to be, let's see, the report. How big is the report going to be? Yeah. couple megabytes maybe. I don't think this thing's going to be huge. I think it's like, let me check and see. I actually have a report. Let me look at what is the size of the actual report in the wild. 2.3 megabytes. Yeah, I'm not going to be afraid of storing that in RAM. To keep things simple and not have potential problems with permissions issues when writing a temporary file to disk, I am just going to go ahead and say that we are going, and if I wanted to be really smooth about it, I probably could create a buffer that as it's being written into is being read out of, basically do the S3 upload and the database read at the same time. And if I was creating some sort of production scalable service, I would do that because it'd be fun and it'd be useful. But in this case, not worth the extra effort right now. All right, so I just need to, I think it's the buff.io package. Yeah, buff.io, new read writer. Is this what I need? Is it, or do I need a pipe? I might need a pipe. Let me see. Is it pipe? Golang IO pipe. Let's see if that's what I need. There's two things. It has pipe, but also something else. Pipe reader, pipe writer. Yeah, so I think I want to do io.pipe. So I won't do a file path for this. We won't need a temp path. Get rid of that start. IO pipe. And I'm going to have a reader, a writer, and a reader. I don't need to open this. Let me just make sure that is the temporary file, right? Yeah. So I don't need to open that. I can drop this code. And I can move this closer to where it's needed. Where is its first use? Map path is important. So map path, yeah, we got there. And to do flags. Don't let me forget. Oops. All right, let's see. There is no internal buffering. Okay, so I can't use the pipe. I do need, probably need something from the buff.io package. I probably need a buffer that can be read to and written, or written to and read from. A new read writer. Okay, let's try that instead. So this is basically like a pipe. Okay, so this is going to give me back. Oh no, wait. Alright, I want to implement a buffered IO. I can wrap an IO. New scanner, new writer. IO.writer and returns a writer. Okay, so no, that's not what I want. I think I might want, I forget which package it is. Maybe it's just called buffer, actually. No. Going in memory file. I can't believe I'm blanking on it right now, but it is late. I'll forgive myself. Bytes. It's the bytes package. Wait, you can use buffer as io.buffer. New reader. Okay, you can use buffer. Buff.io new reader. New buffer string. That's what I wanted, I think. Yes, bytes new buffer. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I think I just create a buffer here. Growing the buffer as needed. Buffer becomes too large. I'm guessing that would be if it runs out of memory. Let me save that code that I had just in case. I don't think it's the right approach, but I can just uncomment it if it turns out that there is some sort of other issue that arises. So I'll just comment that out for now. And let's move it closer to where it needs to be anyway. Okay, buff is equal to bytes buffer. And we can do buff. And then likewise, when we do the upload here, I want to move these up to the top as well. Well, yeah, that whole thing. I don't really like using environment variables in the middle of something. We're going to call this AVS off. And we're going to move it. Right after the flags. Be a good place for it. Right after this, actually. Yeah, we got the SQL auth stuff, yeah. Okay, that's not too horrendous. Okay, I don't want to go into the flag bit yet. Here we are. We'll do map path. Yeah, that looks good. Comment that. Okay, let me get back to where I was. Does it still want to complain at me? Buffer. Oh, do I need to get the address of it? Yep, that's what I needed to do. I don't need to close anything here. Do we have like a buffer.free? dispose or basically junk. There's a particular term. I forget what it's called. But there is something that we do. Buffer, new buffer. Discard, I think is what it's called. Do we have a discard here? I could truncate to 0. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. I need to wrap. Okay. Okay, so I need a new reader. Let's try this. Bytes.reader. Give it a buff.bytes maybe? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Buffer, bytes. That should work. Alright, what is this upset about? Oh, I need a new reader, right? That's what I needed. Okay, cool. Alright, so now we just need flag dot. Let me go back to the flags package. So I'm adding in. Where's flag? No, that's not flag. Flag's over here. I just need strings, right? String var, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to do string var env path name value usage. So this is going to be env path, env file. Yeah, we'll call it env file. And default value will be .env. And actually we'll be a little bit more specific than that. We will take os.args0 to be command name, and then we'll use file path.base name. No, dir name to get where this thing is. We'll call it here. Good. And then we'll do file path.join here. There we go. Excellent. And then let's put the description here. path to the .env file with tokens, passwords, secrets. Well, let's be more specific with S3 MS SQL with settings and MS SQL and S3 credentials. There we go. I like it. And then we'll create a map file. And this would be let's call this full path to be very specific, and same thing here. SQL columns to CSV fields. Excellent. Can I make this one letter shorter somehow? Yeah, let's do that. Keep it on the same line. Huzzah. Okay, file path. Do we have file path anywhere? Yeah, we're using a thing called file path. Let's rename that one to TMP path. Because indeed, that was just a temp file. Okay, and I think we just need to use, I think it's path, file path? Is that right? Golang file path dir name. I thought it was dir name. Dir. Oh, good. Short, simple, and sweet. All right, now we have the flags implemented so that they can enter an env file or map file. We have default specified. There's a -- help. What we do need still is a log file where we will write out logs. And should I do that real quick? Maybe I should. Let's just do log path. And oh, and we do actually want this to be different each time. Yes, indeed, that would be bad. I'll just call it log.txt. And then let's use T as well. I think it's, is it IO? No. I think it's called T. T reader, T writer. Multi-reader. Why am I blanking on this? There's T reader, but there's also a T writer, but it's not called T writer. It's called something else. Is it pipe? If we want to write to two things at once. Is it multi-writer? Gosh, I'm just blanking. There's multi-writer. Yeah, that's what we have instead of T. It's multi-writer. Okay, cool. So we'll be good there. And let's just declare a func which is log, and it will take a string, and it will take I think call this a template string, and the values. Did I put the collector in the right place there? Am I? No. Yeah, okay, there we go. We'll have our little log function. And we will have a multi-writer. Let's see, if we have a multi-writer that ignores errors, how would we do that? We would just wrap a writer and ignore its errors. If a listed writer returns an error. Okay, so the file should be last then? I'm not really sure. So maybe it doesn't need to be like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm not going to implement that right now. I'll just make the default. There is none. Okay, let's say so if we have a log path, so if we have a log path, then we're going to write out to the log file. Otherwise, we're not. So what I need to do is, after we parse all of that, and I probably should supply a way to do this. Such that some of this information could be stored in that config file as well. Particularly the logging would make sense to do that, but I'm not going to do it right now. So if 0 is the length of the log file, actually, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, we'll do it this way. This is what we'll do. I think that's the right syntax. Okay, cool. We'll do os.open file, and we want to do os.read write and os.create, I think. I just did this a minute ago. Let me go back to it. Whoops. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Come back. Where did it go? Oh, it's hiding. Okay. Golang. What was it? Oh, this open file. Is it O? It's O. That's what it is. Duh. Really, it only needs to be opened for writing, so I guess that could be fine. And really, it just needs to be open for append. Append the data to the file. Create a new file if none exists. So yeah, we want to do os.o create or append. I think, actually, I don't even need to do that. I just need to define, go standard logging facility, duh. I can just tell set output. There we go. Oh, that's good enough. Okay, so I don't need to do that. This is what I need to do. So if we can create this file, and if we don't have an error when we do, then we do log that set output to the file. Oh, log path. Oh, and we need to do log path, and then creating it, and then the permissions. Cool. And right before we do that, let's do log print line set output to and then whatever the log file is. Oh, log path. Cool beans. All right, format dot. So then I can just replace. I'll just regex this a little bit. So we'll look for fprintf, and we'll replace it with log.printf os dot all right, there we are. And again, it's whining about the Yoda conditions, and I'm going to shut it up by putting, oh, where's the static check file? Staticcheck.conf, okay. All right, checks. There we go. And tell that one to shut up. Okay. Now the one detriment here is that now that I'm not using that temporary file, I'm not sure. I can't test everything out. Oh, invalid schema identifier name. Oh, I know why that is. Okay, so I need to tell this, first of all, file path, right? No, env path dot env dot real. No, env file. I called the variable name different from the flag name. Might just be stupid on my part. Map path. Again, map file. All right, and log file. That's odd. Log.printf. That format.rf is correct. Sprintf is correct. Print line. Sprintf is correct. Okay. Let's just see. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, mapper test. That's fine, we can ignore that. This one. We should use the logger that Go provides. Can't use, yeah, I know. Let's see here. All right. I got rid of the bad printfs, I think. Sprintf is good, errorf is good, errf, printline, stringer. Yep, okay. Let's try this again. I should have no output. And yet it has output. Why? Why do you have output? If 0 is not equal to the length of log path. Okay. Log path. Got something funny going on here. Log file. Just get parsed. Why is that code never executing? Because one of these should be true. This is why. There we go. Okay. Now the log file should be exactly what it should be. Log output going to there. Sweet. And then the last thing that I want to do is let's put a little debug flag on this. Nah, I'm just going to print this out real quick. Well, maybe. So I'm going to put a flag here. So we'll log out what the CSV file is before it gets uploaded to S3 if debug. Oops. Okay, I think this is it here. So where was that buff at? And where were the bytes at? There we go. So we'll do if debug. Wait, debug is not a string, it's a bool. Debug defaults to false. Yep. There we go. Oh, boolvar, of course. All right, cool. Looking good. So let me change mappings to put the member number second rather than first. And let me also change the debug output so that we have, let's do this. Maybe not a good idea to concatenate 2 megabytes. Let's do this instead. Tomato, potato. Oh wait, is MBR still first? Oh, okay. Missing. I did something wrong there. Good. Got an append log going. Pretty happy about all this. Let's open up the log. Good. Mapping file is working correctly. Very good. Very, very good. Well, I'm pleased with this. I think this can be a good handoff. I can provide good documentation. Probably need to update the README. Oh, there is no README. MD. Okay. I forget what the name of this thing is, but call it MS SQL to CSV. Install. And I'll upload something to GitHub releases for them. I'm not going to show you that part. Install Go. And follow the on-screen instructions. Mac, Linux, Windows 10. Alrighty, I actually created web install.dev in part also for my clients. So it's a lot easier to just give them information like this. I'm just going to put a placeholder in here for now. And I'll fix this later, but I like to put the instructions for how to clone the repository in here as well. I like to make the README as good as I possibly can. Okay. I'll change that later. Okay, go. What do they need to do? Go mod tidy. Go mod vendor. How are we doing? Main mappings. Alright, we don't want to keep log files, so let me ignore the log files. Star.log, log.star, well, log.txt. We want to put static check in here. I want to add the README and the gitignore and the MS SQL stuff. We don't need the to-do to go in there. All right, let's check the to-do again. All right, CSV upload, check, map CSV values, flags, and NSSM is something we can discuss later. And we do have a logger, but we don't have a logger that does all those things, but it's okay, we've got a logger. Let me look up nssm.exe. See if they got a good example for using it from the command line. Okay. Build, install. Oops, and that should be PowerShell. Yep. Windows System Service. I will maybe package an SSM with this, actually. Let's go here. I need to open up a to-do for myself to get an SSM on Webby. I'm going to do that real quick. And I need to follow up on some of these other issues. I totally forgot about this. Object not found, move item. See, did he add anything? Yeah, there's a couple things there that I need to take care of at some point. Okay. Download nssm.exe. To open a command prompt. Oh, and I need to finish the build instructions here. Let's call this MS SQL to CSV. Actually, it's really to S3. That's what we're really doing with this. Okay. Going into the example folder, building, open command prompt. I'm not going to explain how to do that. And then register system service. Here we go. Whoops. Where's that command at? Let's give them the exact command that they're going to need to run. Where is the exact command they're going to need to run? Didn't we just have it here? Oh, okay, good. All right, we need to do env file .env map file mappings.txt and log file log.txt. I think that should work. Do we need to tell it to start? The default startup directory, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, on startup. Start. The services startup type. All right, native parameters. Set service name. Certain parameters configure properties of the service itself rather than the behavior in SM. The two are named after their associated registry values. So how would I use one? Service name, app environment extra, app directory, general syntax, service editing, service name, depend on group, description, display name. Well, I wish there was an example of how to use any of these things. Display name, NSM. I think it's like this, maybe. Start the service. I'm just learning as I go here. Set service to start on boot. Let's see. Set start automatic. Well, hopefully that all works. I don't have the ability to test that immediately. Exports MS SQL data to CSV and then uploads to S3. Let's see. Let's just put in here example usage. And that's a pretty good example usage. We don't want to put debug on there. You know what we do want to put in here? If there's help. That's good to put on there. Oops. Example. There we go. Configuration. See example.env. Or is it env.example? It's env.example. Mappings.txt will define which columns will be exported if they exist. If they do not exist, they will be left blank. And in which order? Okay, for example, let's put an example of what the mappings could be. We're going to simplify this way down. I actually don't want that to be that way. Let's see here. Just coming up with an example. let's see here. I'm just rolling off my hip here. Quantity of fruit. Let's see. Name of fruit. Type of fruit. Quantity of Okay, I think this is descriptive enough. There we go. Note that the order is important. Okay, cool. So now I've got documentation. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this. This is ready for delivery. Let me do the run this thing one more time, make sure I didn't break anything. Look at my log file one more time. Everything's looking good, as it should. Look at my mappings one more time. Yep, everything's cool. So, view 1.0. It works. Yeah, let's just call it initial commit. Let's leave it at that. No need to be too funny. Oh, you know what? I was actually going to copy this back over. Okay, first of all, let me make a backup in case I accidentally do the wrong thing here. Good. Okay, and now, well, yeah, I'm going to make a, rather than setting up Git over there, I am just going to copy this back local and finish up my commit from that point. Holy moly. Cool beans, cool beans. Oh, one thing I didn't have here, which I should have had, was I did not have my ignore file ignoring the vendor. Not git ignore, but just ignore, so that when I do something like looking for this, it only comes back with stuff that's in my own code, not stuff that's vendored. That's one thing I forgot to do. I'll do that over here. And yeah, so I'm going to do initial commit, and then I'm going to add the vendor directory. I always like to add the vendor directory afterwards, but just to be sure, go mod tidy, go mod vendor. I don't think I'll need to do this because I already did it. Well, I do need to do it over on here, but anyway. Yeah, so I'm going to go mod tidy. Oh, actually, it looks like there's some things that were not vendored properly. Maybe because they weren't copied properly? I don't know what that's about. Whatever. All right, I've got those committed to the repo now. Oh, and I need to do a build for the client, of course. Go build. What does the file get called when I do that? Do I need to specify an output? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, because I still need to update the go.mod. Okay, the rest of the stuff that I need to do, I got to go offline for, because it's going to be pushing to the Git repository and then sending an email to the client to let them know the questions that I had and give them the documentation and get things rolling. All right. This was so much longer than I expected it to be, as often is the case. But it was good. It was good. Feel good about it. All right.